And this science of devotional service will lead us to actually connect or bring as many people as possible. And Prabhupada had a transcendental plan as well for that. He was not simply satisfied that we be reaching out to our immediate congregation. Prabhupada saw the whole world. The whole world is meant to be the congregation. It is Krishna's family. Most people are just totally disconnected and not knowing anything about Krishna consciousness. I was surprised one time. I was coming from New York. I was going back to on a train, Amtrak train. They have good trains going between New York and Montreal. Somehow I was taking a train, and there was this lady sitting beside me, and I was dressed as a devotee. After some time, we got into some conversation, and then I was totally, I guess you could say, flabbergasted. I was totally shocked and surprised that she had never seen a devotee and never heard about Krishna consciousness, and she's from New York. Where Prabhupada started the movement. I mean, maybe as devotees we have this kind of, at least for certain places on the planet, what one would think that you must have seen a devotee before. But she was, she was from New York, and she didn't know about the Hare Krishna movement. So in other words, what to speak of people who are living in places that are not like New York, where devotees have been there, where Prabhupada started the movement, where devotees have been holding Ratha Yatras every year and distributing books and having Harinam and so many activities. And yet, some people still don't know about Krishna consciousness. Means there's a lot of work to do still on this planet Earth in reaching out to people and bringing them Krishna consciousness. And that is Lord Krishna's mission. And that, because we are members of Krishna's family, that becomes automatically our mission. So we should take advantage. I don't get opportunity to come on this side so much. Maybe actually I'll be spending a little bit more time in North America. Of course, I have to spend more time on the other side of the border there. We still have a lot of lost souls also in Canada. Of course, not as big population as you have here in America. But Krishna consciousness, that's been my realization actually from the beginning, actually, that one of the foremost attractions for me when I attended my first Sunday feast, that was in Ottawa in 1974, I had already come in contact with the Bhagavad Gita. And although I received the Bhagavad Gita from a devotee on the main street, Rideau Street in Ottawa, I was, like all of us before we become devotees, I was very proud because I had already come in contact with the Bhagavad Gita. Not Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita. But when I went to the temple, he invited this devotee, Vicharu. He's from America, actually. He was serving at the Toronto temple. And it was after 35 years. After 35 years, after he gave me a Bhagavad Gita, in Ottawa, a few years ago I met him at the Vancouver, Sharanagati, actually, in Sharanagati. He didn't remember. I mean, we don't remember. People who receive and who become devotees tend to remember naturally, but he doesn't remember. But I told him, "You're the guy, You're the one." he gave me an invitation card to come to the temple, Auto Temple. I went there, and although I didn't know anything actually, but I knew about Bhagavad Gita. But what hit me, or what struck me, and that's always, I like to share that with people, especially new people. And it's good to share sometimes with devotees as well. But the devotee who was giving the class, Yamaraj actually, Dharmaraj, he happened to speak on the Bhagavatam. And to me, it's like, wow, there's another book, I mean, Bhagavad Gita is like a small book. And then there's a series of books, not only, there's a series of books like that one, It's like there is such a thing as standard books of knowledge. Before, again, this was like my small realization that many people just don't know that there are these kinds of literatures, that when you go to study, like we do in modern day schools or colleges, you have to change your book every year, It's like new books coming all the time. But there are, and of course later on we come to understand or to know how in Gurukul they just study the same books all the time, because everything is contained in these books. Jai Shri Sri Radha Madana Mohana Ki Jai. Jai Shri Gonitai Ki Jai Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki. So, Bhagavatam, in other words, Bhagavatam, realizing whatever, in regards to the Bhagavatam is like heavy duty, is very potent. Is very potent, and we come to know naturally as devotees that the Bhagavatam is the most important literature, which has been given to us by Srila Vyasadeva, and because it is introducing us in a very wonderful way to the whole science of bhakti. It is introducing us to Krishna. Science of bhakti. Bhakti means Krishna directly. So we have, a whole lifetime to so many things to learn. Actually, because there's so much of knowledge. All of the knowledge is there. Just like the devotees, Prabhupada wanted that we bring up or build the planetarium of understanding. Isn't it Vedic planetarium in Mayapur, which is, my God, finally, coming up after so many years. But Srila Prabhupada wanted, as we all know, that the whole fifth canto, the whole understanding of cosmology, the whole universe, planetary systems, etc., be there. That is only one portion of the Bhagavatam, and that portion is not. I think you probably remember at one point when this fifth canto came out, Srila Prabhupada, knowing that there's a lot of things in that fifth canto that's not so easy to understand, Prabhupada mentioned that when this fifth canto will come out, some of my disciples who will read this fifth canto may leave Krishna consciousness, because there's or I think he directly said will leave Krishna consciousness, because there's information in the Bhagavatam, especially that particular section, which it's totally beyond our immediate understanding. So the Bhagavatam, that's why again I chose this verse, because the devotees who are being initiated are closely connected with the Bhagavatam. And of course the whole temple, the whole yatra, as I mentioned before, you're extremely fortunate to have the person Bhagavata here. and all of you are being trained in many wonderful ways to actually become person Bhagavatas, and so this is very glorious in itself. And my only prayer and hope in performing this ceremony today is to help in whatever little way I can by performing this responsibility, because that is one of the services. There are so many services that are there. So Srila Prabhupada wanted and expected that some of his disciples, actually he wanted all of his disciples to eventually introduce and initiate people actually in the Guru Parampara. There are different ways to do that, either through Shiksha. All of us actually through Shiksha we can introduce and initiate people in the Guru Parampara. And those who are in a position to perform the Diksha, then they can do that as well. Srila Prabhupada wanted that somehow or other we all become involved. That's a very important part of the mission as well. The congregational aspect, which is, well, Prabhupada coined it, isn't it? The spiritual initiation movement, the third movement, spiritual initiation, connecting people in a very real way, because we're connecting people eternally to Krishna, isn't it? So this initiation, that's why it is so important. We are being given the opportunity to eternally become part of Krishna's family. If we stop and think about it, I mean, it's like it is something that's difficult to actually to describe the kind of great fortune that is there actually for all of us. So, actually, I forgot to ask how much time I should speak. So I'm going to bring this to a bit of a conclusion here, and I always mention this whenever there is opportunity for initiation. Whenever I give initiation, this bead bag is on the floor. Bead bag's on the floor. Yeah, got to be careful where you put your bead bag. So, something very important actually for all of you who are present here this morning, participating in this yajna, in this ceremony, that my humble request is that as Vaishnavas, as persons who are engaged, especially here at the San Jose Temple, very seriously engaged in distributing Srila Prabhupada's books. Especially, I was very pleased. Actually, I came to know, probably many people have come to know by now, because you broke your record of distributing. How many Bhagavatam sets you distributed this year? 100.
143, but the last 2 months there was more before that.
Is it? Did anyone count? What's the count? You stopped counting, is it? You do. Yeah, should count them also. Yeah. So it means that you're all being inspired, and you're definitely inspired. Definitely inspiring many other devotees. And so therefore, my humble request to all of you who are part of this very wonderful yatra here is to be kind and merciful to these two devotees who are taking a further, another step, another commitment. Even before we receive Harinam, we do become committed. We start chanting a certain number of rounds, 16, and we start following various rules and regulations, and we become disciplined. We become serious naturally. So all of you who are devotees, practicing devotees here, my special request and humble request is that you be merciful, because that is the foremost of qualities, doya, satyam doya, tapasocham doya, compassion. Devotees are stand out actually by their quality of compassion. So kindly be very compassionate by continuing to bless these two devotees who are taking initiation, and at least mentally offer prayers so that they can remain committed devotees, serious devotees, and that they can continue to assist this yatra and assist Srila Prabhupada in his mission of bringing Krishna consciousness to more and more conditioned souls here in the area, and that they can continue to advance nicely in devotional service. I should close here by actually thanking all of you for being very exemplary as preachers, distributors of the Srimad Bhagavatam and Srila Prabhupada's books in general. And in this way, more people will definitely follow in your footsteps, and you should be careful, because sometimes people, they get the idea of breaking records, right? So yeah, you have to continue keeping track of the number of Bhagavatams, because somebody might get the bright idea, hey, 144, right? Okay, we can beat that. It's probably going to take a while. Foremost, and this will be the last point, foremost, because Srila Prabhupada, he would remind us, of course, whenever there's Harinam initiation, that these 10, we have to avoid 10 offenses against the holy name, as we all know. And the foremost, which is very detrimental to our personal, individual advancement in Krishna consciousness, is how we relate or deal with other Vaishnavas, sometimes unintentionally or unconsciously offending other Vaishnavas. So this is, of course, to be avoided, because it does hamper our spiritual advancement, and therefore, especially those who are taking initiation, be very cautious in your dealings with other Vaishnavas, whether they are newly taking to Krishna consciousness. As Srila Rupa Goswami explains, even the neophyte devotee should be honored mentally, isn't it? So we know that even somebody who is not even starting to chant the holy name, he's a spirit soul, although he doesn't know. And therefore we offer respect, of course, as Vaishnavas to every single living entity. But especially we should be cautious in how we deal amongst ourselves. And Srila Prabhupada, of course, was always pointing out how it is important that we create this kind of very spiritual atmosphere, especially amongst ourselves. And in this way, people will be attracted, isn't it? People will be attracted to devotees when they see these wonderful exchanges and dealings amongst ourselves. And it will be helping us individually to progress and advance in Krishna consciousness. And it will serve as an ideal example for others as well. Krishna, as we know, means all attractive. His devotees are also meant to be all attractive. And in this way people will be attracted to take up as well Krishna consciousness. Hare Krishna. So I believe now it is I will come down from Mount Meru. Might get dizzy up here. So I'll sit here if that's okay. Oh, after, yeah, right. Yeah, after a few minutes. Right? So I will kind of hand over. He already has a microphone, so I can't hand over the microphone to him. But Vaisesika Prabhu can kind of take it from here.
Jai Maharaj.
Oh, yeah. It's good to have sannyasis around from Vrindavan, especially.
So before we give the names, Maharaj wants me to start the fire. So the fire is also a witness. And as I'm getting ready, I need 5 volunteers, 5 readers. We want to have the readings of 5 different books going on while I'm starting, please. So somebody go get Ishopanishad, Upadeshamrita, Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, and
Chaitanya Charitamrita.
And you can start reading those. 5 devotees can read them simultaneously. Pre-Kishori, if you could start a nice Harinam Sankirtan. And everyone else who's not chanting or reading, you can repeat the holy names. So keep the vibration going. You can start now. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
We'll probably need one mat for Mataji to sit and recite the vows after some time.
Okay.
Choose what that.
Makaravind, you'll get that. Om Madhavaya Namaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, banana on their plate.
Okay. I can't take from this thing, right?
Well,
I'll try to see if we can get banana.
Yeah, if you don't find, you can take from here. Yeah.
Na Hare
There's some loose ones, so
Krishna
you can take the ones here in the front.
Krishna Krishna
Yeah.
Hare 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 Rama
Yes. Yeah.
Om Madhavo Madhavo Vachi Madhavo Madhavo Hridi Smaranti Sarvak Sarve Sarvakareshu Madhavam Om Vai Krishna Saktiranandana Krishna Adi Purusha Krishna Purushottam Krishna Karmadi Mulam Krishna Saha Sarvai Krishna Kasham Kridisha Mukha Prabhu Pujaha Krishna Dadis Tasmin Jarante Bayam Mangalam Nampalit Mangalam Trikti Hari Haranmaya Dritashanka Chakraha Om Tad Vishnu Paramam Param Sada Pasanti Suryaho Diveva Chaksha Tartam Tad Vipraso Vibanyavo Jagrahonsa Samdate Vishnu Yat Paramam Para Om Swasino Govino Swasino Chitananto Swasino Vasarve Vishnu Daratu Swasino Narayano Narovai Swasina Padmanabha Purushottam Daratu Swasino Vishakshvena Vishveshvaraha Swasino Hrishikesha Harir Daratu Swasino Vaita Harihi Swasinondana Satur Hanu Bhagavatu Daratu Swasti Swasti Sumangala Keshaman Krishna Saktanandana Sarveshwareshwar Daratu Karotu Swasti Me Krishna Sarvalakeshwareshwaraha Karshnadaya Sukurvantu Swasti Me Lakapanavaha Krishna Mavaiva Sarvatra Swasti Kuryachaya Samam Tataiva Chasara Krishni Sarvagnamanashna Om Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
A seat for Marge is going to come down, so we need to put a seat. Is that true?
After,
Or you stay?
after,
Okay.
yeah. So now we should call upon okay. You have to first offer obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, and then to Sri Radha Madan Mohan, and then after you can come and sit here. Okay. This should not take more than a few minutes, so that our fire can continue.
Seems to be okay.
Seems to be okay, yeah?
Yeah. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
As it is customary
Ram.
for someone who is receiving Harinam, we ask to make us the vows of following 4 basic principles in Krishna consciousness, which are directly connected, as we know, with the 4 pillars of Dharma, Satyam, Daya, Tapasucham. So can you kindly mention what are the 4 rules and regulations that you will follow?
No meat eating, no intoxication, no illicit sex.
Often there's one missing, huh? Yeah.
No gambling.
Got it.
Thank you, Priya Kishore.
And every day, not finished yet. And every day you'll be chanting how many times?
Every day I will chant 16 rounds minimum, Maharaj.
Every day you'll chant 16 rounds minimum. Yes, okay. So, your new initiated name is drums. Your new initiated name is Bhagavati Devi Dasi.
Her Grace Bhagavati Devi Dasi Ki. Her Grace Bhagavati Devi Dasi Ki.
Jai. Hare Krishna. So, you can bring this here. This is tangled or untangled? There we go. Quickly, sir. Holding up the fire. Quick. Yes.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna. Okay. Well, you don't have to repeat the vows that you took before, but later on we'll do the official mantras and whatnot. Otherwise, if I do it now, well, I can't do it now anyways. Hare Krishna. We can begin or continue.
Om Ajnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Umnitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Now, you could keep the grains close to you and then hold them like this. Offer them into the fire with your heart. You're offering yourself into the fire. But as a token, we'll offer the grains. Swaha, 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 Vandeham, Sri Guru, Sri Yuta, Padakamalam, Sri Gurun, Vaishnavamscha, Sri Rupam, Sagradatam, Sahagana, Raghunatham Vitam, Tam Sajivam, Sadvaitam, Sadvadhutam, Parijana, Saitam, Krishna Chaitanya Devam, Sri Radha Krishna Paran, Sahagana, Lalita, Shivishakhan Vitamscha, Swaha, Swaha, Swaha Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Raghava Swami Iti Namine Swaha 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 Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Swaha 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 Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Swaha 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 Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shri Varshabhana Videvi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jwala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtai Dinatarine Rupanuga Viridhapa Siddhanta Dvanta Harine Apasiddhanta Dvanta Harine Swaha 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 Shri Gaura Kishoraya Sakshat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralambara Sambode Parambujayate Namaha Swaha 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 Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sakchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Swaha 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 Gora Virbhava Bhomestvam Nirdesasa Janapriyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhoma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Swaha 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 Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripasindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Swaha 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 Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaura Tvishe Namaha Swaha 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 Panchatattvat Atmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhaktashaktikam Swaha 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 He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radhakanta Namostute Swaha 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 Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matirgati Matsarvaswa Padambojo Radha Madanamohano Swaha 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 Shriman Rasarasarambi Bamshivata Tatastitaha Karshan Venu Swanir Gopir Gopinata Shriyestunaha Swaha 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 Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Haripriye Swaha 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 Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Swaha 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Swaha 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Swaha 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Swaha 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 Om Mantrahinam Kriyahinam Bhaktihinam Janardana Yat Pujitam Maya Deva Parnipurnam Tadastu Me Swaha 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 Om Aparadha Sahasrani Kriyante Ahar Nishammaya Dasoham Itimam Madva Shamasva Madhusudana Swaha 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 Om Pratignya Tava Govinda Nami Bhakta Pranashyati Iti Samsmritya Pranan Samdaryaham Aham Swaha Swaha Swaha. And now please take the banana in your hand and you can stand up for the Purnahuti. Om Namo Brahmanya Devaya Gobramana Hitaya Cha Jagaditaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha Om Purnam Adapurnamidam Purnat Purnam Udachite Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vishishite Swaha. Please place the banana on the fire with your right hand. And now, please start a kirtan, and we'll circumambulate the fire.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu. Jaya Lakshmi Narasingha, Jaya Narahari, Jaya Lakshmi Narasingha, Jaya Narahari. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Itai Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Okay.
Everybody who's visiting you must please get some prasad and books back.
Yashomati Nandana Vrajabaranagara Gokula Ranjana Kana. Yashomati Nandana Vrajabaranagara Gokularanjanakana Yashomati Nandana Brajabaranagara Gokularanjanakana Gopi Paranadana Madana Manohara Gopi Paranadana Madana Manohara Kaliya Damana Vidana Kaliya Damana Vidana Amal Harinam Amiya Vilas Amal Harinam Amiya Vilasa Pipibna Purandara Navina Nagara Vara Vanshivadana Suvasa Vanshivadana Suvasa Prajajana Palana Asura Kulanashana Rajajana Palana Surakula Nashana Nanda Godana Rakhovala Nanda Godana Rakhovala Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara Sundara Nanda Gopala Sundarananda Gopala Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Basanahara Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Basanahara Rasa Rashika Kripa Moya Rasa Rashika Kripa Moya Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natavara O Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natavara Bhakati Vinodashaya
Did you like the bread? Did you like it?
Bhakati Vinodashaya Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Jaya Mahaprabhu 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 Jaya Mahaprabhu Jaya Lakshmi Narasingha Jaya Jaya Narahari Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha Jaya Narahari Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Kadamahyam dadati swapadantikam Shri Chaitanya manobhishtam sthapitam yena bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavanscha Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatan Vitang Tang Sajivam Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatan Vitang Tang Sajivam Sadvaitam Sabadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sadvaitam Sabadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitangscha Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitangscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Ti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Dayataya Kripabdhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryojvala Premadhya Shri Rupanukha Bhaktida Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Madhuryojvala Premadhya. We could give them songbooks. Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Kauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudhapa Siddhanta Dvanta Harine Namaste Kauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudhapa Siddhanta Dvanta Harine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralambhara Sambodhe Padam Bhujayate Namaha Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralambhara Sambodhe Padam Bhujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Gaurabhir Bhava Bhumestvang Nirdeshta Sajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannatayate Namaha Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya cha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jumped out of order. Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Karuna Kanta Namostute Jayatang Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasva Padam Bhojao Radha Madana Mohano Jayatang Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasva Padam Bhojao Radha Madana Mohano Jayatang Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasva Padam Bhojao Radha Madana Mohano Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasva Padam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohano Jayatang Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasva Padam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyat Vrindaranya Kalpadrumadho Srimad Ratnakara Singhasanastho Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Krishtali Bhik Sevyamano Smarami Srimad Ratnakara Singhasanastho Govinda Devo Srimad Rasarasarambhi Vangshi Vata Tatakstitaha Karshan Venusvanair Gopir Gopinata Shri Estunaha Srimad Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye
Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami
Vrindaye Tulasi Devye Priyaye Keshavasya Vishnu Bhakti Prada Devi Satyabhaja Namo Namaha Tulsi Devi Priyaye Keshavasya Vishnu Bhakti Pradi Devi Satyabhatya Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Gaura Premanandi.
Welcome everybody to ISV, Janmastami. Today we'll be hearing and chanting all day long, and we're continuing with our readings of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 10, Chapter 1, the Advent of Lord Krishna, and this is the introduction. And this particular section are extra notes which are given for this first chapter, which had described the Advent of Lord Krishna, which gives some details from the previous acharyas about the pastime of Krishna's appearance in this world. So you don't have that book in front of you. So we'll stop at intervals for questions and reflections. Notes on Amsha. This chapter describes that Krishna appeared Amshena with his parts and parcels or his partial manifestation. In this connection, Sridhar Swami says that Krishna is 100% Bhagavan. Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. Because of our imperfections, however, we cannot appreciate Krishna in fullness, and therefore whatever Krishna exhibited when present on earth was but a partial manifestation of his opulence. Again, Krishna appeared with his plenary expansion, Baladev. Krishna, however, is full. There is no question of his appearing partially. In the Vaishnava Toshani, Srila Sanatana Goswami says that to accept that Krishna was partially manifested would contradict the statement, Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. Srila Jiva Goswami says that the word Amshena means that Krishna appeared with all his plenary expansions. The word Angshena Vishnu, the words Angshena Vishnu do not mean that Krishna is a partial representation of Vishnu. Rather, Krishna appeared in fullness, and he manifests himself partially in the Vaikuntha Lokas. In other words, Lord Vishnu is a partial representation of Krishna. Krishna is not a partial representation of Vishnu. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi Lila, chapter 4, this subject matter is explained very clearly. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur also notes that no one can describe Krishna in fullness. Whatever descriptions we find in Srimad Bhagavatam are partial explanations of Krishna. In conclusion, therefore, the word Angshena indicates that Lord Vishnu is a partial representation of Krishna, not that Krishna is a partial representation of Vishnu. And concerning descriptions of Krishna remaining incomplete, Lord Brahma, after encountering the mystic power of Krishna in the Brahma Mohana Lila, said that others may say, I know Krishna, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't know anything about Krishna. Brahma, of course, is the firstborn living being in the universe. And in the Srimad Bhagavatam is described how he studied the Vedas 3 times very thoroughly and completely as the most intelligent being. And after testing the cowherd boy Krishna in Vrindavan, taking away his cows and boys, Brahma then came back to see what his stealing of the cows and boys had caused, what kind of trouble it might have caused. He saw that the same boys and calves were manifested, and they were exactly the same as the boys and calves he had stolen. In other words, as soon as he stole them, Krishna manifested them in identical form, all the cows and all the boys, and they went back to their homes, and their mothers accepted them as their own children. In fact, they accepted them more than their own children. They had 10 times more affection for these expansions, who they thought were their children, than they did for their original children, because they were actually expansions of Krishna. And after a year of earthly time, which was just a moment for Brahma, because his time is calculated differently as he's from a higher planet, he came back to see what trouble he had caused and saw that they were going on as before, and he became bewildered, wondering how these boys and calves had become remanifested. Did he have them actually? Did he really steal them away? Or what had happened? He wasn't sure. He was disoriented. And when he approached Krishna, Krishna revealed to him that actually all those calves and boys were his expansions, his angshas. And he could see that everything was emanating from Krishna. So in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Aham sarvasya prabhavo matak sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante imam buddha bhava samanvitaha. Everything emanates from me. The wise who know this perfectly engage themselves in my service, completely. They give themselves to me when they understand this. And that's what Brahma did. He fell down at the lotus feet of Krishna, who was appearing as a cowherd boy in Vrindavan. And he began to offer beautiful prayers. He describes the beautiful form of Krishna. And of course, from this we can understand very clearly that God is not formless. Sometimes people come to the erroneous conclusion that God is something impersonal or amorphous, and that the manifestations of God who appear in this world are simply a combination of the modes of material nature. But then when one comes to perfection in spiritual life, one realizes that God is actually impersonal. But the Bhagavatam proves otherwise, that actually the source of everything is Krishna, and that Krishna is the eternal Supreme Personality of Godhead. And this is corroborated in many places, including by Krishna himself in the Bhagavad Gita. When Arjuna asks Krishna in the 12th chapter of the Gita, what is the best way to meditate on you? On your impersonal aspect or on your personal form? And Krishna says, Klesho dikartaras tesham avyakta sakta chetasam avyakta hi gatir dukam dehavadbir avapyate. That the meditation on the impersonal form is very troublesome. But if one simply fixes one's mind on the form of Krishna, ananyas chintayanto mam yejana paripasate tesham nityabdhyuktanam yogakshemam mahamyaham, then one is perfectly situated, and Krishna carries what one lacks and preserves what one has. And in the Gita, Krishna also says that I am the source of the impersonal Brahman. So even the impersonal aspect of God, which is there, which is actually the effulgence of the Lord's body, originates in Krishna. In the Shri Upanishad, the devotee prays, Hiranmayena patrena satyasya pihitam mukham tattvam pushana pavrenu satyadharmaya drishte. Please remove the effulgence of your dazzling effulgence, so I can see your form of bliss. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, behind that effulgence. And the particular word used in that verse is mukham, or face. The Lord has a face, just as he has hands. Although the Vedas sometimes say the Lord has no hands, he has no feet, this is in way of saying that they're not material. They're not like ordinary hands. The Upanishads speak in these kind of riddle-like terms to describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead because he's inconceivable. His form is also inconceivable, but he has a form, and it's a spiritual form. Ishvara Parama Krishna Sakchidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam. Brahma, again, by revelation, reveals the form of Krishna, that he's the supreme controller. His name is Krishna, the all-attractive, and he has a form, Vigraha, with full of bliss and knowledge. Sakchit Ananda Vigraha. Bliss, knowledge, in eternality. So when Brahma saw this inconceivable nature of Krishna, he was the source of everything, including Lord Vishnu, he bowed down at the lotus feet of Krishna and he began to offer prayers. And in those prayers, he recommends that one not try to understand God with one's intellect. After all, Brahma is the most intellectual person in the universe. He easily studied the Vedas 3 times. But he says, Jnani prayasa muda pasya namanta eva. Give up this process of trying to understand God with your intellect. It's not possible. Prabhupada used to give the example of a frog in the well. And the frog thinks that my well is the biggest well. And then one day, a fellow frog catches a ride on a bullock cart and gets a view of the Pacific Ocean. And then a few days later comes back to the little well. And the intellectual frog is sitting in his well. He said, "Where did you go?" And his friend says, "I saw the biggest well. In fact, it's indescribable. It's so big." And the frog, named Dr. Frog, he had a PhD, was incredulous. He said, "How can that be? This is the biggest well." We have information. In this field, there's no bigger well than this. And the little frog said, no, I saw something which is mind-boggling, way beyond your imagination. All right, tell me, how big was it? Was it twice as big? And the little frog said, no, much bigger than twice as big. Now, each time Dr. Frog indignantly asks this question, he puffs himself up a little bit bigger, as frogs can do. And he said, okay, 3 times as big. Little frog said, no, way bigger than 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. And soon the Dr. Frog exploded. This is the plight of those who try to understand God with their intellect. Not possible. So Brahma says, Jnani prayasam udapasya namanta eva jivanti sanmukaritam bhavadiya vartam stani stita shrutigatam tanuvan manobir ye prayaso jitta dito pyasitais trilokyam. Instead, try to serve God. Just serve. And he mentions specifically in his prayer, stay in your situation, in your position, whatever it is, but hear about Krishna. Stani stita shrutigatam tanuvan manobir. And you can serve with your body, your mind, and your senses. You can serve God. And if you hear about him constantly, then there'll be a change of heart, and he'll reveal himself. And in that case, Brahma says, the ajita, the unconquerable, who is Krishna, nobody can conquer Krishna, becomes conquerable. How? By love. The tiny living entity who's insignificant, small part of Krishna develops love for him by hearing about him, by reawakening his original constitutional love for Krishna. And that is what attracts Krishna, and that's what conquers Krishna. So Brahma recommends this. And as far as descriptions go, in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Kaviraj Goswami, the author, says that birds fly in the sky as high as they're able to fly. Some birds can fly a few feet off the ground. Others can soar 2 miles. So everyone has some capacity to glorify God. So to whatever capacity you have, do that. Because the sky is unlimited. Even if you say, I can describe so much, someone else can describe more. There's no end to it, the descriptions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And the expansions of Krishna are described by Brahma himself in the Brahma Samhita. Departure eva hidashantanam abhupetya. Departure. Deepa archi means the light of one lamp. Like we have the lamp that we offer to the Lord. Deepa archi means the light of that lamp. Departure eva hidashantanam abhupetya. It means that if you take that lamp and you light another lamp, then you get another light. And it has equal quality. The same quality of fire, the same quality of light as the original candle. Departure eva hidashantanam abhupetya. Dipayate vrivrite hetu samana dharma. Even though it's separate, at the same time it has the exact same quality. Departure eva hidashantanam abhupetya. Dipayate vrivrite hetu samana dharma. Yastadrig eva hija vishnu chaya vibhati. Yastadrig means similarly. Yastadrig eva hidashantanam abhupetya. In the same way, Krishna has many expansions, unlimited expansions. This morning we were singing about his different avatars. Krishna is avatari, he's the source of all the other avatars. And all these avatars have the similar power of Krishna. But Brahma says Krishna is the original light that lights all the other lights. And going into the science of Krishna consciousness, the Goswamis, who are the direct disciples of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, describe that in the science of rasa, or qualities, Krishna has more qualities than Vishnu. Although Krishna and Vishnu are the same, Krishna has qualities that are listed as he has a sweetness that Vishnu doesn't have. He also plays a flute. No one can deny that. He also has charming and beautiful childhood pastimes. And he's also surrounded by loving devotees who are in a special mood. They're in a mood of friendship. They're in the mood of parenthood. They're in the mood of nuptial love. These kinds of relationships you don't find in Vaikuntha, but you find exclusively in Goloka Vrindavan. So from that point of view, Krishna is also called the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Rasa Raj, or the source of all of the rasas, relationships that he has with every living entity. And his planet is described by Brahma to be the topmost of all the spiritual planets. Some orientation is necessary. When you go to the mall and you look for the information board, you have to find that little red dot that says, "You are here." Right? Otherwise, how are you going to find your way around? How are you going to find Macy's and whatever else you're looking for? And so, Brahma tells us, Goloka namni nijadamni tale tatasya devi mahesha haridama suteshu teshu. Te te prabhava nichaya vihitascha yena govindamari purusham damaham bhajami. Lowest of all is located Devi Dham. That's where we are now. Make no mistake about it. Devi Dham. Devi is Maya Devi, Durga Devi. Durga means Durgachati, difficult to go. Means very hard to move around in this place. Fraught with difficulties. Now, anyone who's experiencing any miseries here, I'll raise my hand. You can keep yours down if you like. Threefold miseries are described. Adhyatmic, adhibautic, adhidaivik. So adhyatmic means miseries caused by one's own mind and senses. Adhibautic, by other living entities. Any other living entities giving you any misery lately? And adhidaivik, which means the devas. The way the universe moves, we tend to get squashed and inconvenienced by the movements of nature. I watch in my garden how spiders build webs in the funniest places, the most temporary of places. For instance, I use my shovel in the garden and I'll lean it against the wall in the gardening shed. And the next day I'll come back and there's a spider web attached to the handle to the wall, and I think, this isn't going to work out for us. I have to break it to the spider. This is not going to work out. I mean, I need the shovel. It's got to move. To him, I'm some kind of deva. I come in and the whole thing gets readjusted. To us, an earthquake comes, the earth moves, so many different climatic changes and things, and we think it's the end of the world. And it will be someday actually, because this, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, realm is a changeable place, and it's constantly being destroyed and recreated. In fact, every day of Brahma, it's being destroyed and recreated. So no wonder there's threefold miseries, and those are coming from Durga herself as she sits on her conveyance, which is a tiger. You can see she's got this trident with her. What is that? Trishul. And who's she jabbing with that? Definitely me. And you can feel adhyatmic, adhibautic, adhidaivik misery. She's jabbing. How many arms does she have? 10 arms. So one for the trident, one for me, and 8 more left over. Even if somehow or other I can get away for attempt, she can grab with any other. So Durgachati, very difficult to go in this world anywhere. Just try moving around anywhere. You go across the border, everyone wants to see this paperwork, that paperwork. I've seen in Calcutta people, I was traveling with a devotee who was telling me that he came with his daughter the year before. She got to the airport and it turned out her visa wasn't correct by one day. They wouldn't even let her in the airport. She had to turn around and go back to Thailand to fix it. So Durgachati, it's a difficult place to go. This Devi Dham. So above Devi Dham is Mahesh Dham, abode of Mahesh. Lord Shiva has an interim abode. He takes care of a lot of very lowly souls and helps to elevate them gradually to a higher position. Above Mahesh Dham is Haridam, the abode of Hari. Lord Narayan lives in the celestial and opulent abode of Vaikuntha, where everyone worships with great awe and reverence and prayers. The relationship between the devotees in Haridam with Lord Narayan is that of servitude and reverence. Servitude and reverence. But above Haridam is Goloka. Goloka means what? Planet of cows. I live in Burlingame, and that's the planet of dogs. I've just been noticing it lately that every resident of my town has a dog, or 2, or 3, or 5. And every day, whenever I go to walk, I can't get away from looking at dogs. Well, in Goloka, you can't get away from looking at cows, because it's Goloka. There's a big difference between cows and dogs, actually, in their mentality. When you're around cows, you can derive all religious principles just by being with them, petting them, feeding them. Everything about them is sattva gun. But dogs, I mean, they do have some redeeming qualities. They're loyal, they're enthusiastic, they wake up really fast from sleeping and so forth. But they're not... I'm not going to say much more about dogs because I don't want to get in trouble, because I live in Dog Loka. So Goloka Vrindavan is the highest planet, and from that... what's that? From that place, Goloka Vrindavan, Krishna performs his pastimes with his loving devotees. And from that vantage place, of course, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained that the material world is just a tiny little segment of the spiritual world, little corner, which is covered over by darkness. And Vaikuntha, the Vaikuntha planets, are always expanding. And Goloka Vrindavan, all the Vaikuntha planets put together cannot equal the size of Goloka Vrindavan. And Goloka Vrindavan is always expanding. Yet it appears to be just a little village. In the morning time, when Krishna goes out to the forest with his friends, he calls with his buffalo horn. He blows his horn, and everyone hears, and they come out with their cows. All his friends have at least 10,000 cows each. But Krishna has 10 to the 17th power. Anyways, billions and billions of cows that he brings with him to the forest each day. And an arbuda, it's some gigantic number. And all this is taking place within the little village. So Krishna is able to reciprocate with everyone these loving exchanges in Goloka Vrindavan. And here we're hearing the details of Krishna's pastimes in the material world. He descends just to display his loving pastimes with his devotees to attract our attention. And by being attracted, by becoming attracted to Krishna's pastimes, by hearing about them especially, then we can develop an attraction for them, love for Krishna. And therefore Krishna says, Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tatvata tyaktva deham punar janma naitimam eti sorjuna. That if one understands about my pastimes in truth, then upon leaving this body, doesn't take birth again in this material world. So we're continuing. Srila Sanatana Goswami's Vaishnava Toshini has explained the word dharma shilasya. The exact meaning of dharma shila is an unadulterated devotee. Real dharma consists of full surrender to Krishna. Sarva dharman parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja. One who has fully surrendered to Krishna is actually religious. One such religious person was Maharaj Parikshit. Anyone who accepts the principle of surrender to the lotus feet of the Lord, giving up all other systems of religion, is actually dharma shila, perfectly religious. So only one thing is necessary. There's only one purpose to the human form of life, and that's surrender to Krishna. The Bhagavatam describes how we enter this world as debtors. Devarshi Bhutapna Nirnam Pitranam Na Kinkaro Nayamrani Charajan Sarvatmana Ya Sharanam Sharanyam Gato Mukundam Pariyahrita Kartam. Everyone has a debt to pay, even upon entering this world. To the devas, to the rishis, to other living entities, to the human society, to forefathers. We are called rini, or debtor. And only one person is exempt from that debt. And that's the person, Sarvatmanaya Sharanam, Sharanyam. They take full shelter of Mukunda. Mukunda is beyond the laws of material nature. He can absolve one of one's karmic debt. Nobody else. And therefore, in the scheme of this short life that we have, there's only one duty to perform, and that is to surrender to Krishna. And this is achieved on the sixfold path of surrender called Sharanagati, which consists of accepting those things favorable to the service of the Lord, rejecting those things that are. Then one should always remain meek and humble. Anukulyasya sankalpa pratikulyasya varjanam. One should consider Krishna one's protector. Raki Krishna Marike, Mari Krishna Rakike. This old saying is that if Krishna wants to protect you, then no one can kill you. And if Krishna wants you dead, no one can save you. He has to be sanctioned by the Supreme Personality of God. We should take full protection of Krishna and also consider Krishna as our maintainer. That no one else maintains me, just Krishna. One should always remain meek and humble, and one should learn to surrender one's full self. Atma Nivedanam. These are the 6 processes of surrender. So one who takes up this path of sixfold surrender and gives up all other kinds of concoctions is following the Sanatana Dharma, the process that Krishna is recommending in the Bhagavad Gita. Sarva dharman parityaja mamekam sharanam braja. Aham tang sarva papebhyo mokshayishami masucha. He says, just give up everything else and surrender to me. That doesn't mean that you necessarily have to quit your occupation, but it means to connect everything that you're doing to Krishna through the surrender process. In the Gita, Krishna tells Arjuna, Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mama nusmarad yudyacha mayarpita manobudhir mami vaishyatya samshayaha. He said, go on fighting, Arjuna. That's your work that you're doing. You fight, but at the same time you remember me. If you do that, in this way, you'll definitely attain me. The word nivritta charshay refers to one who no longer has any material desires. Sarvopati vinirmuktam. One may have many material desires because of contamination in this material world, but when one is completely free from all material desires, he is called nivritta trishna. What's he called? Which indicates that he no longer has any thirst for material enjoyment. Swamin kritartosmi varam nayache. That statement's from the Hari Bhakti Sudodaya, and it was spoken by Dhruva Maharaj. Dhruva Maharaj had a big desire, and that was to attain a kingdom bigger than his great-grandfather, Swayambhuvamanu. Than Brahma, actually, his great-grandfather. His grandfather was Swayambhuvamanu, and he had been rejected by his father, shunned, and as a little 5-year-old Kshatriya boy, he became so angry that he ran to his biological mother, and she told him that only God can help you. His stepmother had told him that you can't sit on the lap of your father because I'm his favorite queen, and unless you're born from my womb, then there's no hope for you. And the only hope you have is to go to God. And so when Dhruva went to his mother, she said, yes, she was actually right. You have to go to God. He's the only one who can help in this situation. I'm powerless. This is actually a good situation to find oneself in, because normally I consider that I'm protecting myself, I'm maintaining myself, and then I'm making adjustments or arrangements so that I can become happy or protected in this world. But it's not true. we're actually helpless at every minute. And Queen Kunti therefore says, Janmaishvarya Shrita Shibir, Edamanamada Puman, Naivar Yabidatum Vai, Twama Kinchana Gocharam. That unless one is freed from this conception of, I'll be kicked out of there, so I'll just move this chair over. Unless one is freed from these designations that I am of very high birth, that I am very opulent, that I'm very learned, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Go Premanande. Okay, reflections. Anything that you've heard so far that's stuck in your mind? Thank you, Ramanuj. What did you hear so far? Mukharavind.
Guru Maharaj, I like the explanation that Brahmaji gives, like Jnane Prayasodapasya. Just, and he has given the path just by hearing. If you continue go on hearing instead of speculation, there is a hope that we can understand the Supreme Transcendent, which is Adhokchad, which is called Adhokchad.
Add another verse to that, a verse that says that one can't approach God with one's senses, but if one serves in a very special way, then God will reveal himself to us.
Sarvopadi vinirmuktes
Atashi Krishna Namadi
Atah Sri Krishna Namadi Na Bhavet Grahim Indriye Sevan Mukho Hi Jivado Swayam Eva Sfrattaya.
Sparatyadaha. What's the translation?
Atah Sri Krishna Namadi, Sri Krishna Namadi, and Na Bhavet Grahim. We cannot understand the Supreme Lord by our senses, but it starts just by serving.
What kind of serving?
Hearing and the chanting. Sevan Mukho. Sevan Mukho means by the mukh, by chanting. Jiva.
Siva, Sevan Mukhi Jiva Adao. Adao, it begins with the tongue. So this verse that Mukharavind Prabhu is giving us says that one can't understand God by the blunt material senses, but God reveals himself to one who serves him, beginning with the tongue. So by using the tongue to glorify God, especially chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, and tasting Krishna Prasadam, but not today, then one can endear oneself to God so that he'll actually reveal himself. This is the process. So what else? What else did you hear so far? What stuck in your mind? What one point? Zoe.
That we have so many debts in this world, and that's keeping us here. All the karma that we've built, good and bad, with people and all of our actions.
Yeah, and there's so much of it that you can't even use it all up in one lifetime. There's a huge storage locker, just like those locker services, a huge storage locker. No matter what you use up in this life, there's still lots more waiting for you. So it becomes unbearable. It's not possible to wipe out all that karma except by declaring bankruptcy, that debt. And one has to go to Krishna and say, I give up. You protect me. I can't. So in financial situations, sometimes people go to the court and they say, I can't pay my debts. So they declare bankruptcy. They go to the court and say, you please protect me from all my debtors. So Krishna says in the Gita, if you just surrender to me, I'll deliver you from all these sinful reactions. Do not fear, do not worry, do not hesitate. It's a good deal. One should take it. What else?
Is it true that like friends, co-workers, family that people that are close to you, most likely will be karma that you're working with those people?
Will get karma, or they?
No, that you've come back in this lifetime and you're involved with all of them because you have past karma with them.
Yes. The situation we are born into is an indication of our previous activities, with few exceptions. So one can see if someone's born into a devotee family, for instance, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, that if one has performed yoga for a long time in previous life, then he doesn't attain perfection, he leaves the body and then goes to the heavenly planets and then comes back down into a family of devotees. So this is Shastra. Whereas if we're not in, such a situation, then probably, if we end up in a detrimental kind of situation, it's an indication also. Yes, Shraddha.
You also heard about the dog loka.
Dog loka, yes. I live in dog loka.
And talking about surrender to Krishna, you also allude to the 6 steps of surrendering to Krishna.
Yes, let's look at that verse. Please find it in the shloka book. Anakulyasya sankalpa pratikulyasya varjanam. Does everyone have a shloka book? Zoe doesn't have one. Please give Zoe 407. Look on page 407 in your shloka book. Now, one thing is, it's good to look at these shlokas, even if you think, I can't learn shlokas or I don't know any shlokas. One thing is, if you keep this shloka book with you when you go to classes and someone quotes a shloka, and you just look it up and look at it. And this is the way to become familiar with it. That's how it gets in your mental system. Just look at it and go over it. And as you see it under various circumstances and you hear about it, it'll start to make an impression on your mind, just like everything else makes an impression on your mind. So familiarize yourself and keep proximity with these shlokas because they have spiritual power. So here's the verse on page 407, and it's from the Hari Bhakti Vilas. What's it from? Who wrote the Hari Bhakti Vilas? Let may the court record that the Hari Bhakti Vilas, the audience is saying, was written by Sanatana Goswami. Why did Sanatana Goswami write the Hari Bhakti Vilas? Yes?
Because he was ordered by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
No points for speaking without the microphone.
Because he was specially ordered by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to give the conclusion of all the shastras and see how bhakti has been given. And
conclusion of all the shastras, but what else?
And also
Hari Bhakti Vilas. Why did he want the Hari Bhakti Vilas?
This is like procedures, all the worship.
Procedures. What kind of procedures?
The worship procedure for the temple.
The what?
The worship of the temple puja, and
how to be a Vaishnava,
sanskaras.
how to act as a Vaishnava, right? Vaishnava etiquette, all kinds of procedures. Vaishnava achar. So how to live one's life, how one should wake up in the morning, how one should go to sleep, how one should organize one's life, how one should act. Kesava Bharati Maharaj, you got to give him a microphone. His voice is going out.
One of them
You
was
got to start over, Maharaj, because people online can't
Lord
hear.
Chaitanya gave Sanatana Goswami, after that 2 months of instruction, day and night, at Ashwamedha got in. Anyway, he gave him 2 instructions. One was to summarize what he had taught him about the philosophy, and the other was to give the details about Vaishnavacharya and how the Vaishnavas should act. And
Summarize everything he had taught him and then teach about Vaishnavacharya.
Bhagavatamrita was the summary of everything he taught him philosophically and otherwise, and the instruction to give the complete Vaishnava Achar, how a Vaishnava should behave, is the Hari Bhakti Vilas.
Thank you. Perfect. So those of you who don't have the Brihat Bhagavatamrita, you should run, don't walk, but get the 3-volume copy.
There's only one place that I know of that has all 3 volumes, and they still have about 100 sets left. And that's the Bhaktivedanta Library Services.
Where?
On the web, .com. It's in Belgium.
Okay. We also ordered 60 sets that will be arriving soon, yeah.
Oh, good. Sorry. Preempted.
That's all right. Wherever you get them, get them. Okay, Hari Bhakti Vilas, and here's the verse. I'll say, please repeat. Anakulyasya sankalpa pratikulyasya varjanam rakshishya titi vishvaso goptritve varanam tata atma nikshepa karpanye Shadvida Sharanagatihi. And here's the translation. The 6 divisions of surrender are the acceptance of those things favorable to devotional service, the rejection of unfavorable things, the conviction that Krishna will give protection, the acceptance of the Lord as one's guardian or master, full self-surrender, and humility. This is the 6-fold path of surrender. What other points did you hear so far? Yes.
Talked about how we are living in this Devi Dham and we are suffering miseries, and you explained about Durga. It's very difficult to move from one place to another place in this system.
Yeah, definitely. It's worth knowing because generally people think that they're okay. They don't have an alternative. And there's a way in which generally when people are incarcerated in a prison, they think about escaping. They see the bars and they think, how can I file those bars down and get out of here, or some kind of way to get out. But in the material world, because Durga shows us some kind of illusory form of happiness, I think that I'm happy and there's no reason to escape. I'm okay here. So by hearing about the nature of the material world and the real goal of life, which is to go back home, back to Godhead, then one can develop an impetus to go. Otherwise, you may meet lots of people who say, why should I practice religion? Why should I take up Krishna consciousness or anything else? I'm happy. I'm happy the way I am. Show the Bhagavad Gita to people, spiritual knowledge. People say, I'm all set. I was out one day with Priya Kishori. We were going door to door with a group of devotees. And I remember she said to somebody, I was presenting the Bhagavad Gita and he wasn't so interested. And Priya Kishori said, a lot of people have taken this and it's really changed their life. And the guy said, I don't want to change my life. I'm fine the way I am. One way or another, time will change our life. And we can see that even people that hold fast to intellectual pursuits, various philosophies about where the universe came from, like the Big Bang Theory, that everything came from a point or a chunk, just inexplicably formed, and then it exploded, and then by chance everything spun into existence. When forced by time to give up everything, they may change their outlook on life. And the laws of material nature are inexorable. So, very important to understand that I'm in this precarious situation and to surrender to Krishna. What else? Yes.
Initially, you talked about Amshasu, like Vishnu is not, Krishna is not Amsha of Vishnu, but Vishnu is Amsha of Krishna. And when Krishna appears, he comes with all the plenary expansions.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point of contention between Gaudiyas and other Vaishnava Sampradayas who will say, no, Vishnu is the origin of Krishna, obviously. I mean, he's, got 4 hands and so forth. And you'll find in the Chaitanya Charitamrita the Gaudiya arguments. With Kaviraj Goswami, he presents this debate, actually it takes place between Krishna and Brahma. Krishna, the cowherd boy, and Brahma is saying, I think you're the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And Krishna says, no, I'm just a cowherd boy. What are you talking about? And Kaviraj Goswami goes on to talk about how Krishna is actually the origin of everything, the origin of Vishnu. And it's based on one very important verse in the 3rd chapter of the 1st canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, which says, Ete chamsha kala pumsa, Krishnastu bhagavan swayam, indrari vyakulam lokam, mridayanti yuge yuge. And much is made of this verse in the Chaitanya Charitamrita and amongst the Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharyas, that this verse very clearly says, according to the syntax of the verse, that Krishna is the source of Lord Vishnu. All other incarnations, all other forms of the Lord emanate from Krishna. And from that centerpiece, from that verse, the Gaudiyas also show how Krishna, as I mentioned earlier, is the Rasaraj. He has more relationships. His qualities are more than Vishnu. Even though they're the same. Krishna and Vishnu are the same, but Krishna is the origin of Vishnu, and he has more qualities. And when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was traveling in South India, obviously he met people from the Sri Sampradaya, our friends from the Sri Sampradaya. And he had a very interesting discussion. I won't even call it a debate because it was so lighthearted. Mahaprabhu spoke to Vyankatabhata in South India, and Vyankatabhata was a worshipper of Lord Narayan as the Supreme. Of course, he knew about Krishna, but those from the Vaikuntha perspective think that Narayan is the source of Krishna. And Mahaprabhu was sort of teasing him in a way. He was joking with him, and he asked him, so why is it that Lakshmi Devi, who's the wife of Lord Narayan, wanted to go enter into the rasa dance? So this is a strong point from Shastra. It's known that Lakshmi Devi had this desire and an attempt to enter into the rasa dance, but she couldn't because she didn't give up her mood of being the all-opulent goddess. One can enter into the Vrindavan pastimes of Krishna only if one follows in the footsteps of the gopis of Vrindavan. And in the mood of the residents of Vrindavan serves Krishna by following their footsteps. And of course, Kaviraj Goswami says one may say that Lord Vamanadev is the origin of everything, or other different forms of Lord Narayan or Vishnu. And all of these is correct ultimately, because we're talking about the same Supreme Godhead. But through a refined discussion and looking at Shastra, one can understand that Krishna is actually the fountainhead of everything. Yes?
Even the Brahma Samhita verse 48, it says...
Brahma Samhita 48, yes.
Yasyeka nisvasita kalamathavalambya jivanti loma vilaja jagadandanatha Vishnur mahansa yasya kala viseso govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. The third line, Vishnur mahansa yasya kala viseso. Vishnu, the Mahavishnu, who's the kala vises. He's the person.
Very nice. Let's look at that verse. Where is it in the Shloka book?
It's 350 page.
350 what?
Page number 350.
350. Page 350 in your Shloka book. We can look at this beautiful verse from the Brahma Samhita, text 48. All say, please repeat. Yasyaika nishvasita kalamatavalambya Jivanti loma vilaja jagadannanatha Vishnur mahansa iha yasya kala vishesho Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. Now, because this verse is so important and was brought up at such an opportune time, I'm going to say the word for word, and we can repeat them. And we'll enter deeply into this verse just by doing that. Yasya, whose, eka, one, nishvasita, of breath, kalam, time, ata, thus, avalambya, taking shelter of, jivanti, live, loma vilaja, grown from the hair holes, jagadandanatha, the masters of the universes, the Brahmas, Vishnu Mahan, the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu, Saha, that, Iha, here, Yasya, whose, Kala Visheshaha, particular plenary portion or expansion. Govindam, Govinda. Adipurusham, the original person. Tam, him. Aham, I. Vajami, worship. Translation. Brahma and other lords of the mundane worlds appearing from the pores of hair of Mahavishnu remain alive as long as the duration of one exhalation of the latter, Mahavishnu. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whose subjective personality Mahavishnu is a portion of portion. That's clear. Good evidence. What other points did you hear so far? Yes.
That always we have confusion why Krishna has taken birth or why avatar come, but the point you told it, the Lord Krishna come just to attract us to back to His and to show us that what is the picture going on in the spiritual world. And we can see in the pages of, like, when we read Krishna book or Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna book especially, is so nicely described each pastime. If you just enter, you yourself never want to be in this material world. So it's very, very...
Yeah, so he's come to attract us by his pastimes. Nice point. The first Back to Godhead magazine that I got had a story called Liberation of the Cave Dwellers. And it was written by Hayagriva Prabhu. And it was a story from Socrates, Plato's Republic, about how someone who lives in a cave their whole life can't understand what the sun is. They've never seen the sun, and they don't even know what light is. So if you approach such a person in a cave, then you gradually have to introduce them to the sun. You maybe might make a little hole and then project a ray of sun on the wall, and you say, see, that's the sun. And even if someone comes out of the cave and sees the dazzling sunlight, it may take some time for them to adjust to it and actually appreciate it. So there's a way in which there's a gradual process of realizing the Supreme and coming into the clear understanding of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Karanath Prabhu, which did you want to introduce into evidence?
From the Gopala Tapani Upanishad, verse 121, Eko Vashi Sarvagaha Krishnaha. In that abode there is only one Supreme Personality of Godhead whose name is Krishna.
And can you say more about the Gopal Tapani Upanishad?
It's part of the Atharva Veda, and it has a lot of discussion of the... there's another verse from the Gopal Tapani Upanishad, which is 124. Of course, these evidences from the Upanishads are given great weight in discussions of Vedanta philosophy, because they are Shruti. But in a few verses later, in the same Upanishad, it is said, Brahmanyo Devaki Putraha. The son of Devaki, Krishna, is the Supreme Personality.
Very good. We've entered evidence into the record.
Oh, I'm sorry,
from
that's...
the Shruti.
I apologize. That one is from the Narayana Upanishad.
Okay.
But I know that there's some from the Gopal Tapani further here. Here. Yo Brahmanam Vidathati Purvam Yo Vai Vedangs Chagapayati Sma Krishna. It was Krishna who in the beginning instructed Brahma in Vedic knowledge and who disseminated Vedic knowledge in the past.
Very good. It's nice to have these on the ready, because our job is to establish the principles of Krishna consciousness wherever we go, And to do that, in some circles, it's very much necessary to have Shastra. Of course, if you go into circles where people don't accept Shastra, then you need logic and other kinds of, maybe prasadam. But it is good to be well-rounded in Krishna consciousness. And that's altogether possible because the information that's being given to us is concentrated and organized in such a way that if we're a little bit studious, you don't have to be a great scholar, but if you're a little studious and take in the information that has been provided in the Bhagavad Gita, for instance, just the Bhagavad Gita as it is, if one becomes acquainted with maybe 30 really main verses of the Gita, but then becomes very much acquainted with Prabhupada's purports, he gives all the arguments by which one can establish Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, can defeat Mayavad philosophy, and so on. Sundarananda Prabhu, please make your point.
So again, I had this verse from Sri Brahma Samhita.
Sri Brahma Samhita. You have another verse from Sri Brahma Samhita.
Yes,
fantastic. Okay, which page?
It's page number 345.
345. We get to look at another verse from the Brahma Samhita. Let's just have a look at it. It's so beautiful just to look at these verses and let them go through the optical nerve into your brain and it enter into your mental system, and it's purifying just to look at them. Okay?
Ramadi murtishu kalani yamena tishtan nanavataram karon bhuvaneshu kintu Krishna swayam sambhavad paramapunayam govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. The translation is, I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord who manifested himself personally as Krishna and the different avatars in the world in the forms of Rama, Nrsimha, Vamana, etc. as a subjective portions.
And why did you introduce that verse?
This goes to the same point as the Etyacham Shakala Pumsha, Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam.
That all different amshas are coming from Krishna and he's the original.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice. So we have Yasyaika Nishvasitakalamatava Lambya, and we have Ramadi Muti Shukalani Amina Tishtan. What other verses, just as a summary, did we introduce to show that Krishna is the source of all other avatars? 328. Ete Chamshakala Pumsam. And what else?
There's one more verse, Prabhu.
One more, let's look at it.
It's Brahma page number 349.
349, Brahma Samhita. It's on page 349 in your shloka book. Go ahead.
46. Deeparchereva hi dashantaram abhyupetya deepayate vivrta hetu samana dharma yastadrak eva hi cha vishnutaya vibhati govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. The light of one candle being communicated to other candles, although it burns separately in them, is the same in its quality. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda who exhibits himself equally in the same mobile manner in his various manifestations.
Okay, another proof about Krishna being the source of all other incarnations. Very good. Okay, and Akurnath Prabhu has more?
Well, I was thinking about the prayers of Lord Brahma in chapter 14 of the 10th canto. And, of course, there he has seen in the previous chapter how many, many Lord Narayans are actually circumambulating child Krishna in Vrindavan. And he says...
What verse?
Well, starting on... There's a lot of verses, but in verse 14 I was looking at this, where he says... Are you not the original Narayana, O Supreme Controller, since you are the soul of every embodied being and the eternal witness of all created realms? Indeed, Lord Narayana is your expansion, and he is called Narayana because he is the generating source of the primeval water of the universe. He is real, not a product of your illusory Maya. The Sanskrit is Narayanastvam nahi sarvadehinam atmas Yadhi Shakila Loka Shakshi Narayanongam Narapujalayanat Tachchapi Satyang Natavaiva Maya. Later in this chapter, Lord Brahma actually praise, he tells Krishna that the most fortunate people are the residents of Vrindavan and the cows and all the residents of Vrindavan, and that he would consider himself most fortunate if he could just take birth as a servant of the residents of Vrindavan. And so I think this is strong proof that coming from Lord Brahma, that Lord Krishna himself is the Supreme Godhead. And I wanted to ask, is Gaudiya the only sampradaya? I think others accept Krishna as the original personality of Godhead. All the Madhvas, I think that the Vallabhacharya...
they Bal Krishna. Because Madhvacharya had a vision of Bal Krishna, he appeared to him, and so they worship baby Krishna. Pushtimarg.
Pushtimarg is the Vallabhacharya, yeah. And the Madhvacharya Sampradaya.
Madhvas, they worship Krishna in the form, they don't have Radharani, but they worship Krishna, his form. You'll see when you go to Udupi, there's Udupi Krishna. Beautiful, young form of Krishna was worshipped by Madhvacharya. But the conjugal rasa, as we say, is not apparent there. That came when Madhavendra Puri exhibited this separation. And then, it was the precursor to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu introducing all these intimate rasas with Krishna.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to review, because you brought out that verse in the very important 14th chapter of the 10th canto, very important. Everyone should study that chapter upwards and downwards and learn the whole chapter. One Kartik session, we read that chapter every single day and went through it very carefully. Very powerful. Okay, so in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila 2:117, and the verse is just before that, before 2:117. We find this engaging discussion being presented by Kaviraj Goswami. May I read some of it to you? It pertains to the topic. Yes? All right. Personality of Godhead Krishna, who is eternally an adolescent, is the primeval Lord, the source of all incarnations. He expands himself in these 6 categories of forms to establish his supremacy throughout the universe. E chai rupe hoy ananta vibhed. Ananta rupe eka rupa nahi kichu bhed. In these 6 kinds of forms, there are innumerable varieties. Although they are many, they are all one. There is no difference between them. The purport. The personality of Godhead manifests himself in 6 different features. Prabhava, Vaibhava, 3, empowered incarnations, 4, partial incarnations, 5, childhood, and 6, boyhood. The personality of Godhead Sri Krishna, whose permanent feature is adolescence, enjoys his transcendental proclivities by performing pastimes in these 6 forms. In these 6 features, there are unlimited divisions of the personality of Godhead's forms. The jivas, or living beings, are differentiated parts and parcels of the Lord. They are all diversities of the one without a second, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So even if sometimes what we're hearing sounds a little bit technical, if you just continue hearing, then it'll have a profound effect. And sometimes when you're walking around Govardhan Hill, you do your parikram barefooted, and sometimes the ground is very soft and feels so nice on the feet. Other times it's a little bit rough, but you just keep going. And so in the same way, when you're reading Shastra, you may come to some parts that sound a little bit technical or maybe even tedious sometimes because they're genealogical tables and things. But it's a good idea not to try to avoid those, but just actually continue hearing and hear everything all the way through, because it's all connected in a very organic and important way, and it will enter into the ears, into the heart, and by continuous hearing, even if you don't understand what you're hearing, you'll come to understand everything perfectly. In fact, there is a verse I just added into the chapter I was writing yesterday. about book distribution, Sankirtan, and so forth, that if one continuously hears the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then one will come to understand Radha and Krishna. But over and over again, it's recommended that you continuously hear. Prabhupada also noted that he was accepted or marked by his spiritual master as one who didn't go away. That meant one didn't go away from hearing. There would be assemblies during parikrams, for instance, where there were choices. You could go off and see the deity, or you could stay and hear the lecture by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. And many people would march off to see the deity. And Srila Prabhupada was one who stayed to listen amongst, a few others. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta marked that. He said he likes to hear. He doesn't go away. So if you like to hear, you don't go away. Even if you don't like to hear, if you don't go away, after a while you'll start to develop a taste for hearing. And similarly, when chanting japa, Hare Krishna, that it's below the surface. You can't get it from a surface look. You actually have to try to hear carefully, and you can't walk away. Don't walk away from it. Don't put it down. There is a kind of initiation period in which Krishna wants to see if we're actually serious, that we'll stay and listen. That kind of hearing, persistent, continuous, non-stop hearing, is what actually qualifies one to enter into the deeper understanding of Krishna's pastimes and the philosophy and so forth, which is altogether necessary. Yaschadadhana muneyo jnana vairagya yuktaya pashyantyatmani chatmanam bhaktya shuta grihitaya. One must be fortified with knowledge and detachment after hearing from the Vedanta Shruti, says Sutta Goswami. Bhakta shuta grihitaya. And one also has to be thoughtful. That verse means one has to be thoughtful as well. Tachchadadhana munayo, the faithful person, the faithful muni, thinker. Tachchadadhana munayo jnana vairagya yuktaya pashyantyatmani chatmanam bhaktya shuta grihitaya. You have to be thoughtful. Thoughtfulness is important. So, continuing, the Chit Shakti, which is also called Swarup Shakti or Antaranga Shakti, displays many varied manifestations. It sustains the kingdom of God and its paraphernalia. Maya Shakti Bahiranga Jagat Karuno Tahar Vaibhav Ananta Brahmanandera Gano. The external energy called Maya Shakti is the cause of innumerable universes with varied material potencies. Jiva Shakti Tatashta Shaktya Nahi Jar Anto Mukya Tina Shakti Tar Vibhed Anto. The marginal potency, which is between these two, consists of the numberless living beings. These are the three principal energies which have unlimited categories and subdivisions. Purport: the internal potency of the Lord, which is called Chit Shakti or Antaranga Shakti, exhibits variegatedness in the transcendental Vaikuntha cosmos. The Vaikuntha cosmos would be a name of a band in the 1970s. Besides ourselves, there are unlimited numbers of liberated living beings who associate with the personality of Godhead in his innumerable features. The material cosmos displays the external energy in which the conditioned living beings are provided all liberty to go back to the personality of Godhead after leaving the material tabernacle. Are you aware that you're being provided all liberties to go back to Godhead? Isn't that a joyous discovery? That we're being provided all liberty. Just imagine you're in prison for a long time. I mean, there's nothing more. People in prison generally, they're always dreaming about the day they'll get out. And if they get some information that they're being given all liberties to get out, because generally in prison you don't get many liberties. I'm corresponding with a few devotees in prison, and it makes me appreciate how many liberties I have, not to take them for granted, because they can't get books. They can't have any Artik paraphernalia. We say, Artik paraphernalia, what's the big deal? But it's a big deal to them. Just one of them was writing me, say, how do I perform an Artik? All he can get is a plastic cup and a spork. That's a plastic spoon and fork together. It's prison silverware, but it's plastic. And, it's hard to get any of these things. A part of deity worship is actually collecting paraphernalia. For your deities, you have to collect paraphernalia every day, and you have to bring it together. Of course, you keep the same things, but there are things you have to collect every day, like you get fresh flowers, and you bring your incense and clean cloth to offer to the deities, and oils and things like that. But you can't get it when you're in prison. But think of how many liberties we're being given. And Lord Chaitanya is the most liberal. Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gora Tushe Namaha. He's giving all liberties. Whatever you want, I'll just give it to you. You take it. So why wouldn't I take it? I'd be really stupid not to take full advantage of that kind of liberty being offered. So very optimistic. The material cosmos displays the external energy in which the conditioned living beings are provided all liberty to go back to the personality of Godhead after leaving the material tabernacle. Could you look up tabernacle, please? I'd like tabernacle for 200 points, please. Tabernacle. Where's the dictionary? No one has an automatic dictionary? There you go. Tabernacle. You're in one, so you might want to know what it is, right? Tabernacle. We're in the material tabernacle. Okay, Akurnath Prabhu, tell us about tabernacle.
Excuse me, tabernacle. Often spelled... looks like the same spelling. The portable sanctuary in which the Jews carried the Ark of the Covenant through the desert. B, the Jewish temple. 2, often tabernacle. A case or box on a church altar containing the consecrated host and wine of the Eucharist. 3, a place of worship distinguished from a church. B, the Mormon temple. 4, a niche for a statue or relic. 5, nautical, a box-like support in which the heel of a mast is stepped. So
where does it come from? Does it tell?
Must be Hebrew. Let me see. Middle English from Latin tabernaculum, Latin tent, diminutive of taberna, which is a hut. So it comes from Latin.
So in this context, the material cosmos displays the external energy in which the conditioned living beings are provided all liberty. I like that. That's a catchphrase. To go back to the personality of Godhead after leaving the material tabernacle. Do you want to make sense of Prabhupada's use of the word in this context?
It's a common usage. I'm surprised it's not put in here, but the body is a temple or a temporary temple. Like tabernacle is like a temporary temple outside of. In Jewish religion, it's monotheistic. It's so monotheistic that God only has one temple, and that was the temple in Jerusalem. And the synagogues that you find around are not the temple, but the temple was destroyed by the Roman Empire 2,000 years ago. But they have a portable temple in which they carry the Torah, or in this case, it says they carried the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, but give us I'm just simple how it's being used in this context.
So our body is considered a temple in which God dwells, and
he's calling this material tabernacle. So after leaving the material tabernacle means the body.
Yes,
the body as a tabernacle.
Yeah. Or like Shakespeare said, shuffle off this mortal coil. But it's the same idea. The body is a temple.
Did you know you're walking around in a material tabernacle? Someone should name their child Tabernacle. Hey, Tabernacle. It's a tabernacle.
They just call him Tab.
The material tabernacle. When you give up this material tabernacle, it adds new meaning because in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna calls it the city of 9 gates. It's all elsewhere referred to as a vehicle and so forth, or a horse.
Christianity, there's some part of the New Testament in which your body
and here
is you're riding on.
It's called, a temple. Your body's a temple, but we call the material tabernacle. Very interesting. We're given all liberties in this world to, after we leave this material tabernacle, to go back to the personality of Godhead. Very exciting. Isn't it? Yes, Shraddha. We've ordered a bushel basket of more microphones, so they should be here soon.
So Maharaj, I was also thinking that in addition to us having the liberties of going back to Godhead, Krishna also gives us the guarantee that if we surrender to Him, that He will take us back. He'll get rid of all our... there's liberty and guarantee that sarv dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraj aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshasami ma sucha.
Very nice. And it makes the vicissitudes of material life more tolerable, right? The changes, the ups and downs in this material world become altogether more tolerable, knowing that simply we're running out the clock. I told that to one of my god sisters who lives at the Berkeley Temple. Has been at the I knew her in 1973. She had joined the temple there maybe in 71 or 72, and she's never left. I said, why don't you come down and visit us at ISV? She said, nah, I think I'll just stay here. I said, you've taken Kshetra Sannyas. You know that? You've been in the same temple for 40 plus years. Hasn't left.
I was also thinking along the lines of things being...
Yes, go ahead.
I was also thinking along the lines of things being temporary, that, and I laugh with Mukharvinda every day when we read this, that Krishna says in 9th chapter of Bhagavad Gita that anityam asukham lokam imam prapya bhajasvamam. So he's saying it so clearly over there.
Expand on that, unpack that verse.
Yeah, so it's actually a couple of verses where Krishna talks about that through devotional service, even people like the women and the Shudras can, to reach Him. And then in this verse that I was quoting, he says then what to talk about the Raj Rishis and the learned people. Kin punar brahmana punya bhakta rajas rishastada. And then he says, anityam asukham lokam imam prapyam bhajasvamam. So now you've got this anityam is temporary and asukham is miserable. Papya bhajasvamam.
He's not happy. Anityam asukham lokam imam prapya bhajasvamam.
So
bhajasva means?
Pray to me.
Pray to me.
Yeah, devotional service. Yeah.
So even if in this temporary, unhappy world, if you simply take the process of devotional service, you can attain me. Nice point. Really nice point. Anityam asukam lokam imam prapya. You can attain me.
Another gloss on that I think you can get from the purport is that you shouldn't think that because you're a kshatriya or a brahmana or a devotee that like a pious bhaktya rajarshayas tata, you shouldn't think that I'm better, but rather you should think I also came to this miserable, temporary, unhappy place, and I should worship Krishna.
Nice point. Yeah, each verse is like a gem, and where you shine the light, it can reflect back in various ways. That's why you can read the Bhagavad Gita over and over and over again, and each time get new meaning, because it's so deep and reflective. Okay, so we're continuing. We just found this one sentence that is intriguing. The material cosmos displays the external energy in which the conditioned living beings are provided all liberty to go back to the personality of Godhead after leaving the material tabernacle. We were just, welcome, by the way, thank you for coming in. We were just discussing this word tabernacle, that it means a temple. So the body is a temple in this context, and when we leave the body, there's all facility for leaving the temporary miserable material world going back to the spiritual world by the process of yoga. The Shvetashvatara Upanishad 6.8 informs us, Natasya karyam karanam cha vidyate natat shamaschab yadikashcha drishyate parasya shaktir vividaiva shruyate swabhavika jnana bala kriya cha. The Supreme Lord is one without a second. He has nothing to do personally, nor does he have any material senses. No one is equal to him or greater than him. He has unlimited variegated potencies of different names, which exist within him as autonomous attributes and provide him with full knowledge, power, and pastimes. So one interesting point about Krishna is that he has nothing to do. We were talking about how Krishna is the origin of Vishnu. And one of the ways that Prabhupada talks about the difference between Krishna and Vishnu, although they're the same person, they're in different moods. And that is that Vishnu is in the mood of going to work. When you go to work, Kuranath Prabhu, for your attorney job, do you wear different clothes than you're wearing now?
Yes.
What do you wear?
Suit and tie.
Let the court show that he wears a suit and tie when going to court. And Vishnu, when he comes and creates the material world, he has the conch, the lotus, the chakra, and the, what did I forget? And the mace in the club. And Krishna, he just has a flute. Now, Prabhupada made a statement once. He said, Krishna plays a flute means Krishna is all play and no work. So that's what's being said here. Krishna's all play and no work. And think about it. In order to be all play and no work, you got to be really rich. I mean, that's why I was asking someone the other day, travel's really hard. I traveled a lot this year, and I was thinking, it's really hard. You have to pick up and go. I mean, airports aren't nice, especially nowadays. They don't put enough seats in. The ones that are there, they don't, and I'm not going to get into it, but travel is, but it's people consider travel glamorous. And I think I was asking my wife, Nirkula, I was saying, why do people think travel is glamorous? And she said, because it means that you have a lot of money. You can just go wherever you want. You can just travel around and, move from one place to the next. You're mobile and so forth. And so, to have liberty to move around, go wherever you want and so forth, you have to have a lot of money. And to not work while you're doing that, you really have to. So Krishna is like that. He doesn't have anything to do because he owns everything. I mean, why does he have to work for anything or anybody? And he also, as mentioned in the Shastra, has his own island. You'll find most rich people have their own islands, right? Like Richard Branson, he owns the Virgin Airlines. He has his own island somewhere. You buy an island. What else are you going to do? That way you can actually get away. So Krishna has Shvetadweep. In this universe, it's called the White Island. It's his own special abode. No one can even go there. Even Brahma can't get there. He has to pray from a distance at the shore of the ocean, say, what should we do now? And Krishna speaks to him within the heart. So Krishna's like that. Parasya Shakti Vivadaiva Shruyate. All the energies work for him. And he's simply the supreme enjoyer. And this, Krishna also says in the Bhagavad Gita, Bhuktaram Yagatapasam Sarvaloka Maheshwaram Suridam Sarvabhutanam Gyafamam Shantamrichi. So lovely to see you all here on Janmastami. We're just going on with Krishna Katha, talking about Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Just by knowing that he's the origin of everything and he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one's values in life change. And also knowing that the material world is temporary changes our particular habits as well. Because if one is convinced that there's a way in which through adjustment in this world I can find a happy situation, then I might be inclined to work hard in order to try to find that situation. But Shastra tells us, Tasyaiva heto prayate takovido nalabhyate yad brahmatam uparayada talabhyate tad dukad Anyavat Sukham Kalena Sarvatra Gabira Rambasa. That Narada Muni says this, don't try hard for material advancement because you're going to, just as you get misery even though you don't ask for it, right? Let me get straight on that first. You don't ask for it, do you? Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, please let the IRS call today. I'm waiting for that registered letter to come in the mail for an audit. No, you ask for those things that will for you be happy. But it comes anyway, even though you don't ask for it. So Narada says, so similarly, happiness comes of its own also. You don't have to chase it because you deserve a certain amount of misery and you deserve a certain amount of happiness according to previous actions. And we have what's called forward momentum. It greets us in this life no matter where we are. Chandrika Pandit said, in a herd of thousands and thousands of cows, the little baby calf finds its mother. In the same way, whatever our karma is, the happiness and the distress, it finds us. Doesn't matter where you go. There was an old saying, if you go to Bengal, you take your fortune with you. Because at one time, Bengal was a seat of learning and fortune, and people would pick up and go there thinking, they would change. But as we say nowadays, wherever you go, there you are, right? So don't try to adjust that part of your life, Narada Muni says, but there is a part of your life that can be advanced unlimitedly by use of your free will to concentrate on developing your love for God and surrender, which is a process we spoke about earlier. One can actually make progress, and it's a kind of progress that is never lost. It is cumulative. As you make progress in spiritual life, you keep it. Even if you fall back, you'll take it up again later, even if in the next life. But why take any chances? Why not just dedicate this life entirely to making spiritual advancement, considering, at least theoretically, one can understand that I've had many other lives. In fact, I was traveling once in Thailand and I saw a Buddhist book and it explained how many lives one may have had in the material world. And it expressed it quite graphically. Shall I say it in this assembly?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It's quite shocking, Okay, I'll say it. It said, if you take all the bodies that you've had from previous lives, in other words, we've left other tabernacles behind, haven't we? We've left them. And if you've ever watched somebody leave their body, you can see they just get up and go. They're gone suddenly. And it's like you left everything behind. You left your tabernacle behind you. If you piled up all the tabernacles that one living entity has had during his sojourn in the material world, those bodies stacked one upon another would go so high that they would block out the sun. This was the statement. Quite logical, since the Vedic Shastras say that we've been in the material world since a time immemorial, and you can calculate that even the longest periods of time in certain bodies like trees and so forth are a couple thousand years. So that's nothing in geological time, what to speak of in this cosmos. There's a way in which we've had many, many opportunities to try to adjust our situation in order to find happiness and avoid distress. And has it worked? No. Not one single time. In fact, Prahlad Maharaj says that the moment I start thinking about trying to get material happiness, that's the very moment I start suffering. Because it's elusive, and the very endeavor, the impetus to try to catch it is what actually causes me misery. Therefore, one has to adjust one's consciousness and understand that real happiness comes by one's surrender to Krishna. It's a novel concept in the material world because generally I don't want to surrender. I want to stand up against the force of material nature, stoically endure any kind of suffering. But Krishna says in the Gita, Bhoktaram Yagyatapasam Sarvaloka Maheshwaram Surinam Sarvabhutanam Gyatva Mam Shantim Richchiti. And that is that just understand three things and you'll have peace. And the three things are that Krishna is the supreme enjoyer. Just look at him. He's the supreme enjoyer. And if you accept that, and the next one is that he owns everything. Now that's a relief, because it's really hard to own things. I had a friend in high school. He always wanted to own a Porsche. That's a kind of car. And he dreamed about it all the time, and he was always thinking, would he ever be able to get enough money? I went to a high school reunion once, and I said, did you ever get the Porsche? And he said, I did. And they said, well, how was it? And he said, the time I enjoyed it was the night before I bought it. And after that, it was complete suffering. Because I was worried someone would steal it. I was worried that someone would scratch it, and so forth. And that's the way it is with all material possessions. And as soon as you get it, then it's yours. You have to deal with it. You think, I want it, I want it, I want it. Now you got it. Deal with it. And that's the problem with trying to be the controller and the owner, is you have to deal with it. You don't want to deal with it. That's not our nature. Our nature is to serve and give and be free to actually give enjoyment to God. And if we do that, we're blissful, even more blissful than God in some ways, because there's a way in which the servant enjoys more than the master. Because we have an appreciating capacity, and the more we expand it to appreciate Krishna, the more we enjoy. And Krishna is the one being appreciated. So what does he do? Well, he comes as Lord Chaitanya. God comes as his own devotee in Gaudiya philosophy, so that he can actually enjoy the pleasure of the devotee. So Bhoktaram, Jagyatapasam, Sarvaloka Maheshwaram, accept that everything belongs to God, and then you don't have to deal with it. It's all his. You just use it in his service. Suridam Sarvabhutanam, very sweet, means that Surit means the most kind friend, the best person in the whole creation. He lives in your heart. He's not far away. Tadejiti, tanaijiti, tadure, tadvantike. The Upanishads say God is far away, but he's very near as well. He's actually right there in the heart. I just don't stop long enough to notice. That's the problem. If I can stop for even a few minutes. In fact, in Ashtanga Yoga, the progressive process of Ashtanga is meant to still the mind so you can actually see Ishvara, the Supreme Lord within the heart. And one of the goals of Ashtanga, which may be attained after many years of arduous practice, is to be able to focus the mind for 7 seconds. That tells you something. that I can't focus the mind even for a fraction of a second, because there's so much distraction. However, Krishna is there within the heart, and if I can turn my attention towards him through the process of bhakti, then gyatva mam shantim richati, then peace. Then one can have this real peace of mind, real happiness that comes from within. Otherwise, only disturbance and only a chase after that which is always retreating, called the Mrigatrishni Rupa, or the mirage of happiness in the material world. The mirage is called Mrigatrishni because the mriga, the deer, chases after the water that he thinks he sees, but it's actually an illusion created by heat vapors in the desert. And then he dies trying. And similarly, it looks like there should be happiness or some kind of situation in this material world that will be satisfactory. But Prahlad Maharaj says, Kutra, where is it? Did anybody find it? Kutra Ashisha Shruti Sukham Mrigatrishni Rupa. He asked this question, Kutra, where is it? Did you find it? Did anybody find it? He said, it's actually Shruti Sukham. Everyone hears about it, but you never get it. It's Mrigatrishni. It's a mirage that retreats as I chase it. So real happiness is there. It is possible, and it's very simple. It's accepting the process of surrender to the Supreme Enjoyer, and by that, then we can enjoy unlimitedly through the process of Bhakti Yoga. Okay, any reflections? Anything that you heard so far that's stuck in the mind? Yes?
So Maharaj, about working too hard, I was also reminded of the verse in Bhagavad Gita chapter 12, where Krishna says, Sarva Ram Parityagi Yomad Bhakta Samay Priya. So he says that those who don't over endeavor, they are Krishna likes them.
They don't over endeavor. Yeah. Nice point. Don't try so hard. Also, with that yadricha labasantushto, Krishna says in the fourth chapter, that learn to be satisfied with things which come of their own accord. That's a good practice. Yes?
Well, just as a small reflection on the Krishna is the source of all incarnations. That we also sang the Jayadev Goswami song this morning. And in the last verse, he ends with the Krishnaya Tubhyam Namaha. But he's not there in those 10 incarnations. It's you, Krishna, who incarnates as these incarnations. So that way also it proves that Krishna is the source of all incarnations.
Yes, and nice point. He begins his Gita Govinda, which is a very esoteric book about the pastimes of Krishna, with these descriptions of his avatars. And that is specifically so that we don't mistake Krishna's seemingly ordinary pastimes of his association with his various devotees as being ordinary. So he prefaces his Gita Govinda with that Dashavatar Stotram. And now we're going to sing from the songs of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Is everybody comfortable? Yes. Everyone okay? Yes. If you need anything, just let us know. Because our motto here is always better service. In any way we can make you happier or more comfortable, we're ready to jump up and do it. So please, just let us know at any time. Shuddha Bhakata Charanarenu, which is a traditional song we sing on this day. What page is it? 61. Page 61 in your songbook. Those who don't have a songbook will soon have one. Too bad Priya Kishori's not here to play the harmonium. Charanarenu Pajananukula Bhajananukula Bhakata Seva Paramasiri Premalati Karamula Madhavatiti Bhakti Janani Jatane Palana Kori Mukharavin. Get ready. Krishna Basati Basati Bole Paramadari Bhore Krishna Basati Basati Bole Paramadari Bhore Gaurama Jeshabastane Kolalo Brahmana Range Gaudama Jeshabastane Kololo Brahmana Range Sheshabastana Heribo Ami Prayani Bhakata Sange Mridanga Bhaja Sunati Mana Abasara Sara Jache Mridanga Bhaja Sunati Mana Abasara Sara Jache Gaurvihita Kirtana Shuni Anande Hridoya Nache Jugala Murti Deki Amora Paramandanda Hoya Prasada Seva Korite Hoya Sakala Prapancha Jaya Jendina Grihe Bhajana Deki Grihete Goloka Bhaya Charana Sidhu Dekiya Ganga Sukhanasima Paya Tulasi Deki Juraya Prana Madhava Tushani Jani Gora Priya Shakshevane Jivana Sarthakamani Bhakti not Krishna Bhajane Anakulya Paya Jaha Pratidivase Paramasuke Swikara Koro Yeta Pratidivase Paramasuke Swikara Koro Yeta Back to one. Shuddha Bhakata Charanadindu Bhajana Anukula The dust from the lotus feet of pure devotees gives rise to devotional service, and service to the devotees is itself the supreme perfection and the root of the tender creeper of divine love. With great care and attention, I observe days like ISKCON and Janmastami, for they are the mother of devotion. And with the greatest reverence and love, I choose as my dwelling place the transcendental abode of Sri Krishna. In the company of loving devotees, I will visit all those places where my Lord Gaurasundar traveled and performed his pastimes. My mind always begs to hear the music of the mridanga, and my heart dances in ecstasy whenever I hear the kind of kirtan established by Lord Gaurachandra. I feel supreme bliss when I behold the deity forms of the divine couple, Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, and I conquer all worldly illusions by honoring the Lord's prasadam. Every day, Goloka Vrindavan appears in my home when I see Lord Hari being worshipped there. My joy knows no bounds when I see the Ganges, a river of nectar emanating from the Lord's lotus feet. The sight of the tulsi plant soothes my soul, for I know she gives pleasure to Lord Krishna. I feel that my life has been fulfilled when I honor shak, a green leafy vegetable preparation that is a favorite of Lord Chaitanya's. Whatever Bhaktivinoda obtains that furthers devotional service to Sri Krishna, he accepts every day with the greatest joy. You can turn it down. The word nivrittarshe refers to one who no longer has any material desires. Sarvopati vanirmuktam. One may have many material desires, but because of contamination in this world, but when one is completely free from all material desires, he is called nivritta trishna, which indicates that he no longer has any thirst for material enjoyment. Swamim kritartosmi varamna yache. Hari Bhakti Sudodaya. Materialistic persons want some material profit from executing devotional service, but this is not the purpose of service. The perfection of devotional service lies in complete surrender unto the lotus feet of Krishna with no material desires. One who surrenders in this way is already liberated. Jivan mukta su uchite. One who is always busy serving Krishna in whatever condition he may live is understood to be liberated even in this life. Such a person who is a pure devotee does not need to change his body. Indeed, he does not possess a material body, for his body has already been spiritualized. An iron rod kept constantly within a fire will ultimately become fire, and whatever it touches will burn. Similarly, the pure devotee is in the fire of spiritual existence, and therefore his body is chinmay. That is, it is spiritual, not material, because the pure devotee has no desire but the transcendental desire to serve the Lord. In text 4, the word upagiyamanat is used, nivrittatarshi upagiyamanat. Who will chant the glories of the Lord unless he is a devotee? Therefore, the word nivrittatarshya indicates the devotee and no one else. These are the remarks of acharyas like Veera Raghava Acharya and Vijay Dwaj. To desire anything other than devotional service will diminish one's freedom from material desires. To desire anything other than devotional service will diminish one's freedom from material desires. But when one is free from all such desires, one is called nivrittatarshya. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna describes a person who's fixed in consciousness, astita pragya. And he says, apuriyamana machala pratishtam samudramapa pravishanti yadvat tavat kamaya pravishanti sarve sa shantamapnoti na kamakami. That the ocean is filled with rivers constantly, but it doesn't change its depth. So similarly, a individual soul has desires running into its mental system constantly. But one who is stita prajna, or fixed in consciousness, doesn't react to those desires. That means he's not a kamakami. It means he doesn't chase after the desires. They're there, but he doesn't chase them. And a devotee changes his desire from a desire to enjoy in the material world to a desire to serve Krishna. And this is real freedom. Any other kind of desire, whether it be so-called spiritual or not, that doesn't come to this standard of unmotivated, uninterrupted service to Krishna will be a cause of agitation to the soul. And whatever position one attains through one's endeavors in this world, which do not include unmotivated, uninterrupted service to the Lord, will not be held. Yene ravindaksha vimuktamaninas tvayasta bhavad avashudha puraya aruya krishchena parampadam tata patantyato nadricha yushmadangraya. The demigods praying to Lord Krishna before he took birth in the womb said, any situation or position one attains in this world, it doesn't include reviving one's relationship with the lotus-eyed personality of Godhead, are temporary, and one will fall down from those situations. So one should only endeavor for pure devotional service. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. Continuing, Vina Pashugna. The word Pashu means animal. An animal killer, Pashugna, cannot enter into Krishna consciousness. In our Krishna consciousness movement, therefore, animal killing is completely prohibited. Uttamashloka Gunanavadat. The word Uttamashloka means one who is famous as the best of those who are good. The Lord is good in all circumstances. That is his natural reputation. His goodness is unlimited, and he uses it unlimitedly. A devotee is also sometimes described as Uttamashloka, meaning that he is eager to glorify the Supreme Personality of Godhead or the Lord's devotees. Glorifying the Lord and glorifying the Lord's devotees are the same. Or rather, glorifying the devotee is more important than glorifying the Lord directly. Narottam Das Thakur explains this fact. Chadiya Vaishnava Sheba Nishtara Payicha Keba. One cannot be liberated from material contamination without sincerely serving a devotee of Krishna. Bhavaushadhat means from the universal remedy. Chanting the holy name and glorifying the Supreme Lord are the universal remedy for all the miseries of materialistic life. Persons who desire to be freed from all the miseries of materialistic life. Persons who desire to be freed from this material world are called mumukshu. Such persons can understand the miseries of materialistic life, and by glorifying the activities of the Lord, they can be released from all these miseries. The transcendental sound vibrations concerning the Lord's name, fame, form, qualities, and paraphernalia are all non-different from the Lord. Therefore, the very sound vibration of the Lord's glorification and name are pleasing to the ears, and by understanding the absolute nature of the Lord's name, form, and qualities, the devotee becomes joyful. Even those who are not devotees, however, enjoy the pleasing narrations of the Lord's transcendental activities. Even ordinary persons not very much advanced in Krishna consciousness take pleasure in describing the narrations depicted in Srimad Bhagavatam. When a materialistic person is purified in this way, he engages in hearing and chanting the glories of the Lord. Because glorification of the Lord's pastimes is very pleasing to the ear and heart of the devotee, it is simultaneously his subject and object. In this world, there are three kinds of men: those who are liberated, those who are trying to be liberated, and those entangled in sense enjoyment. Of these three, those who are already liberated chant and hear the holy name of the Lord, knowing perfectly that to glorify the Lord is the only way to keep oneself in a transcendental position. That's an important sentence. May I read it again? Of these three, those who are already liberated chant and hear the holy name of the Lord, knowing perfectly that to glorify the Lord is the only way to keep oneself in a transcendental position. Not only do you have to come to the transcendental position, but you must stay in the transcendental position, because there's an old saying in spiritual circles that spiritual life is like the razor's edge. A little bit of inattention and there's bloodshed. Although the razor is extremely efficient for shaving oneself, if you're inattentive, you just speed up a little bit too much or don't watch what you're doing, and then blood comes out. And it can be very dangerous, actually. So in spiritual life also, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives this metaphor to Sanatana Goswami that the bhakti seed grows in the heart of a devotee after it's planted by association with devotees. And it grows by the watering process called Shravanadi Jal. When one waters the seed by hearing, chanting, and other processes of devotional service, the creeper grows. And it grows out through the coverings of this material universe into the spiritual world. Through the neutral zone, which is called the Viraja. Between the material and spiritual world, there's a neutral zone called Viraja, where the modes of material nature do not exist. There's nothing, there's no variety there. But it goes through that section and into the spiritual world. And of course, if one's received the bhakti creeper, that creeper grows to Goloka Vrindavan. And there it entwines itself, as creepers are inclined to do, around the lotus feet of Krishna. However, Mahaprabhu says, even after attaining such a state, one must continue hearing and chanting. Otherwise, the creeper can wither. So it's important to keep oneself in spiritual consciousness. Those who practice any kind of physical fitness on a regular basis know that it's easier to stay in shape than it is to get in shape. Once you're actually healthy and in shape, it's easier to maintain that momentum and stay in that shape. You have more to lose there too also. And you become more aware of that. But there's also muscle memory, and there's an awareness that there's a kind of a momentum that you have in spiritual life. And those who attain a certain level of regular practice in devotional service must be careful to maintain it, not let it diminish, because when we open those little gaps for Maya, she'll exploit them in ways we never imagined. So keeping your devotional practice at a certain level and keeping your consciousness perfectly clear is important. And it's a daily renewal. Every day we must start the process again. Don't think that I did this before, I'm on a certain platform, I can cruise now. Then you're dead. You're a dead duck, as they say. Great violinist in Russia once said, if I don't practice one day, I notice. If I don't practice 2 days, my teacher notices. If I don't practice 3 days, everybody notices. And so in spiritual life as well, you'll notice a difference. Once you develop a taste, if you don't practice one day, you skip it, then you'll lament that I lost something. If you miss a morning program, you'll think, what a loss, what a great loss. Unless, for some reason, you were doing some service that was entrusted to you and you had to, for some reason, because you were otherwise engaged, then you won't lament. But if you miss it because of laziness or inattention, then you'll lament. I missed that opportunity. And same with our regular daily practice of chanting a certain fixed number of rounds, or keeping the senses purified in so many ways. All these things become the accumulation of this way of life, of actually keeping oneself in not just sattva gun, but in shuddha sattva, by continuing the spiritual vibration and staying clean inwardly and outwardly. A devotee becomes very much attached to this state of consciousness and won't sacrifice it for anything else. And therefore, he or she keeps him or herself in situations in which that practice won't be compromised, and proactively puts him or herself in situations that will enhance that kind of practice and consciousness, which mostly means being in a superior association, finding where you can be in association of advanced devotees and seeing if you can render service and hear and chant in the association of such devotees. Any other comments about keeping Krishna consciousness? Yes, Sudharananda Prabhu.
Prabhu, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, when we go to work at our workplace, it's not the same level of consciousness that we can retain. For example, either we are at the temple or at home, it certainly affects our consciousness because of various factors. How do we handle such a situation?
How do you handle the fact that you have to go to work and be exposed to other kinds of vibration, something like that?
Yes, Prabhu.
Well, one thing is, first you should understand that it's inevitable that you'll have to do that at some point in your life. No one gets a free pass on that. You have there's a way in which that you have to work and you have to mingle with the world. But we're obligated to do that in so many ways. With family members, you may have family members that aren't Krishna conscious. It's possible, right? Could happen. But you still have to go see them. You still have to go spend time with them. You're obligated. It's really strange like that, how strong the obligation is. I saw it with my family. Of course, I walked away clean at one point. When I was 16, I just said, I'm out. And I left for a long time. Well, relatively long for them. It was like 8 years or something. But then I noticed, as life went on, I wasn't a brahmachari anymore, and I got married, and then the obligations started creeping back in. It's like, oh, okay, now you got... And of course, and I saw it as, earlier I needed to protect myself in a certain way to intensely cultivate, and then later I felt it not only my duty, but I saw it to be advantageous to go see my family, both for them and for me in a lot of ways. And then, but I could see also that it was an obligation, is expected. And if you shirk that obligation, there's a way in which people will not think very highly of you. In fact, when I took my parents' ashes, both of them, to put in the Jamuna in Vrindavan, I met another devotee who was bringing her mother's ashes to put in the Ganges and in the Jamuna, and we were exchanging stories, how we got there, how we got the ashes, and so forth. And she was telling me how she had also left home at an early age to take up Krishna consciousness, and then her siblings didn't appreciate it very much because she didn't spend as much time with the mother as they thought she should have. And one of the brothers had renounced her and said, you're not my family member anymore, and stopped talking to her. These things can happen sometimes. However, in the last few months of this devotee's mother's life, she went there and took care of her. And many of the other family members weren't able to do that. Why? Because it's very confusing to someone who's dedicated their life to maintaining the status quo in the material world to be around someone who's leaving their body. It's very confusing what to say to such a person when they're in the throes of death. What do you say? People get tongue-tied and it's very awkward, so they just don't go. However, she completely knew what to do because she dedicated her life to this process of Krishna consciousness. And after her mother passed, in somewhat spiritual consciousness because of the help of her daughter, that brother who had pushed her away came back, invited her back in, and he said, I apologize to you, everything I said. Now I see the bigger perspective. I was meant to take care of her during life. You were meant to take care of her in death. You were the only one in our family qualified to do that because of the way you spent your life. So there are obligations. There are ways in which we have to mix up with the material world. But if you maintain your practice of Krishna consciousness, you'll actually gain from that association, partly by feeling separation from being fully engaged in Krishna consciousness. There's a burning desire that has to develop within the heart that I don't want to be separated from Krishna consciousness even for a moment. And much of that comes as we're attending to our worldly obligations and then seeing for ourselves how we would rather not be there. And if you continue your practice of Krishna consciousness while you're feeling that and being obligated to go on with it, it will develop from a little spark into a little flame and then into a fire. And as you continue in your life, there are ways in which your life circumstances will change. Simultaneously, the fire will increase. And what happens then is you end up with fewer obligations and an intense fire that you can take full advantage of. So not only is there no harm, but there's also, it's inevitable. And therefore, the Shishupanishad says, Vidyam cha vidyam chayas tad vedo bayam saha avidyayam ratum tirtva vidyayam ratum ashnute. Only one who can learn the process of nescience and that of transcendental knowledge side by side can transcend the influence of repeated birth and death and enjoy the full blessings of immortality. So it should help you. And in fact, in a similar explanation of how to deal with suffering or separation in the material world in which you get a heavy heart, we should analyze it and see that this is actually an emotion, because I'm a sentient being. I have senses. I have emotions. They come from the soul proper. And those emotions are real, but they're meant for Krishna. When we experience them in this world as a heavy heart, when we lose a loved one, we can analyze that as a sample of what it's like to feel intense separation from Krishna. And in that way, through cultivation of Krishna consciousness and seeing that we're actually sentient beings, and not giving in to the desire to shun those emotions, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Vitaraga bhaya kroda manmaya mamupashrita bahuvo jnana tapasa putamad bhavamagata. He said to come back to this perfect mode of service, one must give up three things. Raga, which is the desire to enjoy the material world. Bhaya, which is the fear of this emotional state of relationship with the Supreme, which comes from our disappointment of our association in the material world. When we experience this kind of separation, it's so disheartening. But actually, it's an indication of our capacity to feel these things for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So rather than shun them, bhaya means fear, and then kroda means anger, becoming frustrated by hearing many different philosophies to explain the absolute truth, and then becoming confused, so then one just becomes angry and rejects them all. So the simpler answer is that if you go on chanting Hare Krishna and making your commitment to your self advancement very strong, home practice. I had once a yoga teacher. I was taking yoga at home, and she was asking me about, do I have a practice? I said, yeah, I have a home practice. It's very rare. Most people go to a yoga class because they can't practice at home. Very difficult to lay out the mat and say, I'm doing it now every day, right? That's why people go to exercise, because they want somebody to say, okay, sit down, now get up, now run, now stop. That's easier. If you can develop an actual home practice, do your own yoga, do your own exercise, things like that, that's very advanced, she was saying. And similarly, to develop your own home practice of Krishna consciousness means you don't have to be, if you can get that momentum to develop a home practice where you discipline yourself, very tasty, because then nobody can stop you. It's only our minds that are stopping us anyway. And if we can overcome that through incremental improvements, by taking small disciplines one after another, winning small victories one after another, then we look back after 5 years of winning these inches as we go along in our practice, we'll see we've gone a mile, and it becomes very encouraging. Nothing is as encouraging as progress. And when one's feeling spiritual self-esteem because of that discipline, one's home discipline, then going into the workplace, rather than absorbing the environment, you actually emit a kind of transcendental aura that people will ask you about. One young devotee, Omkar Prabhu, who was in the Gurukul in Mayapur for a year, and then, of course, is mostly grown up in Krishna consciousness and chants 16 rounds a day and is very careful to read Prabhupada's books and so forth. He's just gone to school recently, went back to school. He's doing well, 4.0 so far. And he was telling me lots of people come up to him and said, who are you anyway? We don't see young people like you anymore. Because he actually has a kind of an effulgence to him. And, we see this with Priya Kishori also. She goes to school and the kids sort of, surround her like Prahlad Maharaj, you can imagine, at school and say, where'd you come from anyway, What planet are you from, kid? And similarly, when you go into Intel or Google, I hope I didn't say any blasphemous words. I forget. What is it? Amazon. Oh, I buy your stuff all the time. Amazon, great company. Hey, when you go to Amazon, because you have your own home practice, because you actually have done the discipline. Discipline comes from a root word in Latin, which means learner. Learner. There's nothing as exciting as being a learner. And you learn by discipline. You actually have to sit down and go beneath the surface, which it looks like hard work at first, and the mind says, and you say, no, we're doing this anyway. We do it half an hour a day. We write it on the chart, and we do that. It's what we do. Then you actually break through the surface, and you learn something, and you become enlivened. And if it's in Krishna consciousness, then you get ananda. And you spread that wherever you go in your workplace. There was Bhakti and Linda was telling me she was going to school studying English, and there's a devotee in the temple in Dallas. His name's Rupanuga. He's an English professor. So she was taking his class, and she had never heard of Krishna consciousness before. She was listening to the class day after day, and then she was thinking, who is this guy? I know he's an English teacher, but there's something about him. And then she said, I normally don't do this, but I got up the courage to go ask him. I said, no, don't take this personally, but there's something about you that's different. You tell me what it is. He said, well, I'm a Hare Krishna devotee. So she came to the temple and started looking at at Hare Krishna, at the temple and so forth. But she said, I saw something special in him because he was practicing Krishna consciousness. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur also says, Grahastas are the best preachers because they have to mix in society. Sannyasis go off on their own, traditionally. I mean, not Gaudiya Vaishnava sannyasis, they mix it up. But there are some restrictions, even for our Gaudiya sannyasis. They have to be a little careful. They don't just go to, every social function. They're like, nah, can't go to that. Nah, busy, sorry, got to go. But Grahastas, they go to weddings and bar mitzvahs and whatever else you got. They'll go there because it's part of their social obligation. And it's okay for them to do so. But while they're there, that's when the magic happens. People say, hey, who the heck are you anyway? And then, they start mixing and they start making devotees out in the world, in society. So that's your job. Your job is to have a home practice that's so edifying that when you go out into the workforce, you radiate something, even while you're doing your work, that people pick up on, even if it's not overt. You don't have to go and stand in the halls of Amazon and say, excuse me, are you from here? Yeah, take a look at this. You don't have to be so forward, although, you can try that too during the December marathon. It's been done. But it comes as a natural result of your own spiritual integrity. Anything else? That's a loaded question, huh? It's always something else. Okay, one more song for now. Actually, what we're going to do now is sing the Jagannath Ashtakam. This song is so rasika. It's very sweet. And so is Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra, Kurukshetra. This is the representative of pastime of Krishna meeting the gopis and the residents of Vrindavan after he's left Vrindavan, and they've been pining for him for years, and then everyone is coming to Kurukshetra for the solar eclipse. Most people coming for some kind of spiritual merit and so forth. The gopis and the residents of Vrindavan are coming not for any of those things, only to see Krishna again. And there, after their long separation, they meet Krishna and they speak to